Greetings, my internet friends. Welcome to Walking and Talking, the show where I walk and talk. Today, I'm walking inside of a shopping mall because it's extremely cold and windy outside. And I thought to myself, where's a place where I can walk in relative comfort where nobody will bother me? And it's this shopping mall, which is pretty much 90% empty stores. It's the middle of a day on a Monday. There's a surprising number of people here, considering how empty all the stores here are. And I'm kind of wondering what these people here are doing. Maybe they're doing the same thing that I'm doing. Walking and recording a podcast maybe, or they're walking and just doing their own internal podcast for themselves. Anyhow, let's get into it. I'm going to keep talking here, and I'm going to really try hard at this. I'm going to really make this a good one for you. I'm going to really exert my maximum effort to make this a quality experience for you of walking and talking. And of course, when I say that, I'm not sure exactly what that means, as in, I'm not quite certain yet in which direction the effort needs to be exerted, because the parameters of quality here are not very well defined. In fact, they're completely undefined. And so, where should I be expending effort? However, I will say that in all honesty, I'm thrilled to be here doing this. I'm thrilled to be sharing this experience with you auditorily. I'm so happy about this environment that I can walk in. It's beautiful, in fact. It's well lit. There's all this natural sunlight coming through. There's a mixture of fake plants and real plants all over. And it's kind of fun to try and spot which plants are real and which ones are fake. It's a very pleasant temperature in here. It's very large. It's enormous, this mall. And I can just look at the architecture of each empty storefront. It's slightly different. They have adopted different strategies of darkening their windows or not darkening their windows. there's a Macy's that is having a closing sale. The Macy's is closing, seeming like the biggest, one of the biggest stores still open in the mall is going to be closing. Everything's 60% off. Anyhow, this seems perhaps wrong what I'm doing here, as in I'm describing the particularities of my experience that differ from those of your experience, and usually I try to avoid that, but it's not totally clear what's wrong with that to me. Maybe it's a fine thing to do. Just kind of giving you a little bit of background of what's going on here as we settle into our shared verbal experience. But all of this is very conducive to my extreme feeling of comfort right now. Like I'm just relishing how comfortable my body feels. And maybe this is just the absence of extreme weather, you know? But I feel highly optimistic that this will be very conducive to a very pleasant walking and talking episode. Also, there's I feel refreshed by the ostensible absence of nature in my surroundings. Like I was never walking outside in nature because of nature per se. I was just walking outside because it's a place where you can walk in relative peace and quiet. And here, even though there's many more people around, I don't feel as if I'm disturbing anybody by talking, and so far I don't feel self-conscious about walking here and talking into the microphone, which is now inconspicuous. You know, it's a lot less conspicuous than having the camera, because then I feel uncomfortable at potentially recording other people. But with just audio, I'm not worried about that. It's just, it's greater. There's not like an invasion of privacy issue going on. And I just find the ambient audio, the ambient sound in here fairly pleasant, you know? Everybody in here seems happy. I'm in the middle of a Monday. Everybody seems pretty happy to be walking around this huge retail space with like mostly empty stores. Like you're in this place that feels like it may not last for much longer. Like what will happen here? What will happen with this building, this huge building, when the Macy's closes? I mean, I would love for it to just be preserved as a type of public space where people can come here and just walk around. You know, the government should purchase this place and keep it open as a public commons. They should let some people live here. You know, if people lived here, then you'd have more of a need for the businesses to stay open. You know? Rent out these storefronts to like 8 punks, you know? Like rent out these storefronts to like 8 20-somethings per storefront who want to live super cheap, and they'll have punk shows in one of the other storefronts. Or maybe it won't be punk shows, but it'll be some other DIY music show, and they'll have art shows. And people will patronize the restaurants. Anyhow, I feel like an immense sense of potential in this place that seems like it's on its last legs. That it's really towards the end of its decline. It's still a really amazing structure. And I'm just walking through these huge hallways, making loops, you know? And because I'm kind of focused on talking here, I'm not paying attention to the layout of where I'm walking. I just keep walking down the hallway, and I start to recognize some landmark that I've passed before, or is it the same one that I'm seeing, or are there multiple? There's gumball machines, you know, and I pass a gumball machine and I wonder, is it the exact same gumball machine that I passed earlier? Or are there multiple gumball machines that just look similar? And the same with the plants, the fake plants and the real plants. And I'm starting to build more of a recognition of the layout of the place. I'm starting to build just vaguely a mental map of this place as I keep walking. And I feel great. It's really just the perfect temperature in here. Like I feel warm. I almost feel as if my nerves are just tingling in pleasure of the perfect environmental conditions. There's like candy on the floor. Like somebody, like in multiple places, and different types of candy has been like spilled on the floor. And it's like as I walk past it over and over again, I'm like think more and more about picking it up and eating it. Some Milk Duds, some Mike and Ike's. Like this feels like a place of plenty, because in so many ways, I mean, if I got hungry, I'd never be very far from the food court. And if I have to pee, then there's a public bathroom that is free. You know, you don't have to buy something to use the bathroom. And you don't have to pay €1 or $2 like you do in Europe to use the bathroom at the train station. I always feel indignant about having to pay to use a bathroom, when it's like it's simply just a social mores that I'm not supposed to just pee on a tree outside, pee on a bush or whatever. And so I do quite often, just opt to pee on a bush outside. I mean, you know this if you have watched a lot of walking and talking. But then if you're in a city, like a dense city, it can be really hard to find somewhere to pee where you're not going to be in danger of offending someone, or where you're not going to be in danger of your puddle of pee leaving an unpleasant odor for people. But here at the mall, you can use the bathrooms for free. I feel a great deal of potential here for a lot of. There's a gummy bear. There's another gummy bear on the ground. I didn't notice that before. You keep noticing new things as you walk the same stretch of hallway over and over again. I feel a great deal of potential here for a lot of reasons. I mean, like, one, there are these fixtures here that take care of my immediate physical needs. And there's these very comfortable looking massage chairs in the middle of the hallway. And there's also comfortable looking benches that you can sit on. And it's not like they're being vigilant about people loitering, you know, it's like you're allowed to loiter here. It's awesome. It's like I could probably lay down and take a nap on one of those benches if I wanted to. And like there are people just hanging out here. It's really nice. There's an elderly guy sitting in the massage chair. I don't think he's got it on, but he's just relaxing in the chair. I don't know. Yeah, I myself have even probably complained in the past about the lack of public space. All right, I'm doing it. I think I'm going for one of these milk duds. Okay, that milk dud is a little broken, so I'm gonna wait for the next one that looks more intact. But then there is public space. But it's just not in the form that it was exactly intended for. But maybe it is. I mean, maybe all the aspects of this experience that I'm enjoying, or most of them anyhow, were part of the intent of this place. I mean, it's like there's retail here that I'm sure ideally funds the maintenance and operation of this place, you know, the rent that the stores pay. But then you as a consumer, you're not just pressured to get in and get out of the store as fast as possible. It's not like the Starbucks that don't have any seating anymore. All right, I'm going for this milk dud. I'm doing it. It looks fine. Man. I think it's been ages and years since I've had a milk dud. See, there's just free candy here. It's clean. The floors seem really clean. I guess, actually, one thing I want to describe to you is that in various places also, there are buckets sitting on the ground that I just noticed this. They're kind of scattered all over the place. The buckets must be to collect drips from the roof. The roof must have some leaks in it, because there's all these buckets here that have are either dry or have a little bit of water, and then there's these rags on the ground that say caution wet floor, piso mojado. And there was a very intense downpour in this area last night. So there are some signs of some disrepair, perhaps. But other than that, it feels well maintained and clean. But you get the feeling that this may not be financially sustainable based on the low number of businesses that are in here. But also part of my part of what I like about this is the partial emptiness of it. You get this feeling like there's room to expand. But then I'm just, it's like this is the phenomena, right? That shopping malls in the United States are closing just due to lack of business. And like when I'm here, I'm just like, why don't people come here like all the time? I mean, for one thing, like the types of retail businesses that are here are mostly not the types of things that I'm interested in buying. Like there's a lot of jewelry and fashion, and I just don't buy that type of stuff very much. But other people do. Most people do. Why aren't they here all the time? This is like such a more immersive experience than buying things on Amazon. I would encourage you, if you live in the United States, I'm not sure, I don't think it's quite like this in other parts of the world. I mean, I think in other parts of the world, the malls are probably still banging. But if you're in the US, just do yourself a favor and like find your local shopping mall and just go walk around. Get a bunch of friends together and go walk around. Plan some kind of happening there, I'm about to do this. Try to get a show together. A music show or an art show. Just go and get your friends together, go to the mall, each of you start performing music and just see whether or not anybody bothers you. People might be into it. And you could either try and be discreet about it, like you and your friends just like huddle in one of these plazas and try to play so quietly that people mostly don't notice. Or you could do it louder so that it's obvious there's some kind of performance going on and that it's for everybody. Like, how much is it to rent one of these? How much is it to rent one of these storefronts and get your friends to show some art in there? Heck, maybe do some kind of public intervention. I mean, not the cynical kind where we don't need an anti-consumerist public intervention in this space anymore. The consumerism is already on its way out here. We don't need a critical intervention here. We need an affirmative intervention to celebrate how nice it is to have this public space. Yeah, I think definitely a decent amount of people here are just here to walk because the weather is so nasty outside. You ever get this feeling where things are just brimming with potentiality? With such a wealth of potential experiences to be had. Even in like the basic choices of where I walk, like, you know, there's so much room here. It's like I have been kind of habitually walking on the right side of the hall, and then I'm just like, well, what if I walk on the left side here instead? But if you'll pardon me, I'm gonna use the restroom now that I'm walking past it, and I probably shouldn't be talking in there.
If I would have been a quarter, I could buy it.
All right, well, I've spent so much time going on and on about how much I am enjoying this particular environment. And part of me thinks I should be directing my attention towards just headier matters. I should be philosophizing, and I should be kind of dissecting all of my physical sensations and interrogating my experience of subjectivity and thinking about subjective-objective relationship and all this kind of stuff. zeroing in on the unknown or something like that. But we can't force these things, you know? Or maybe we can. Like I said before, I was going to try very hard to make this a very quality experience for you. And I really wonder what that should entail. I will say honestly that a decent amount of the feedback that I get has to do with people just wanting a calm voice to hear. Maybe somewhat regardless of the content of what the voice is saying. But to me, I wonder now, if I just keep going here and make enough loops walking around this mall, and it is great that it's actually forming a complete loop. I don't have to turn around and walk back. It is actually a circuit. I wonder if the repetition will kind of entrance me into some kind of flow state in which the characteristics of my experience fade out of awareness and the more universal aspects of experience come more to the forefront, and I'll begin to address those in a way that relates in a more immediate sense to your experience, rather than me through language symbolically constructing an image in your mind of where I am, what I'm sensing. Here's another milk dud. Speaking of specific characteristics. These milk duds are scattered throughout the second story of this mall on the floor. And I'm somewhat struggling to imagine how they became so scattered on the floor. Like if they're all in one spot on the floor, that would be one thing. But for them to have become so dispersed, like, have people just been kicking these around and now I'm eating them? Do you think that I should be depriving myself of such comfortable environs? Do you think it's too novel and too sensorial, too stimulating? Is it contributing to an overly lax walking and talking? Well, presently I'm inclined to not worry about it. To not worry about whether we're focused on the important questions or not.
Yeah. I was like, that was the nicest movie theater that Johnny had, and it's gone. That's so tired.
Or could it be that the presence of other people is influencing me towards a frame of mind that has more locality? You know? There's other people around you. Feel yourself as an individual in relation to these other individuals. While I'm experiencing myself work, I think, when I'm wondering how I should be talking next. But then this is the question, like, if I am experiencing this feeling of not knowing what to say, is that a good sign? Because it indicates that what I'm doing is not overly lax and comfortable. But I think I should just really delve into this experience of comfort. As in, it's almost like the comfort is almost like an absence of notable sensations. As in, like the physical comfort that I'm saying is in large part due to it being the perfect temperature in here. Means like, no, there's no physical sensation of like coldness or hotness standing out in my awareness. Like, even if I just direct my attention towards my physical sensation, you know, my hands and my feet, just scan the sensations from all the surface of my body. It's as if I can feel that it's there, I think. or I can notice, my leg brushing against my pants, or notice the slight weight of my shirt upon my shoulders. But it would be very easy to not pay any attention to my physical sensations at all, because none of them are outstanding enough to warrant action, But now I think I am beginning to detect some slight shift in, let's say, like the quality of my attention or something like that. Let's say it's a shift in the way that I'm sensing things or paying attention to the things that I'm sensing, as in one way to describe it maybe is that just now I started to feel like both my vision and my hearing, I was starting to kind of like widen my attentional field, as in as if I had been kind of unconsciously focusing in a differentiated way on maybe the sound of my own voice as opposed to the other ambient sounds. I thought maybe that recently, as in a few moments ago, it shifted to where I was just kind of hearing all of the sound with a more evened out attention to it, like hearing some kind of drone of like an HVAC system or something like that, and the reverberations of people's voices and maybe people's voices themselves all mixed together in a way where I didn't feel like I was focusing on one over the other. And then visually it seemed as if I started to pay more attention to my entire visual field rather than particular objects passing by within it. So maybe this is kind of like I'm starting to become more accustomed to the novelty, to my novel experience. And because of that, it's not begging my attention so much. Although one problem is then not exactly a problem, is that like I'm walking on these tiles that have these large rectangular tiles that look like marble of various types or some kind of stone. And for a long time I was trying to figure out whether these are actually natural stone or just some kind of porcelain tile that's manufactured to look like natural stone. And then in one of the tiles I actually noticed some fossils of some sort of shellfish. I'm back at it right now. It's full of shells, spiral shells. And they're almost definitely actual fossilized prehistoric organisms sitting there. And then you see it once, and then you see in a whole bunch of these tiles. A whole bunch of these tiles contain fossilized animals, shellfish, and probably other stuff. And it's so insane to think about that these animals were fossilized, were embedded in some mud in some
Linda said that
Cambrian ocean millions of years ago. Probably before there were even mammals. They're all over the floor. The floor of this gigantic mall is made of fossils. And probably 99.9% of people who walk in this mall don't notice this at all, I'm guessing. They're really spectacular. These are great, these are really gorgeous fossils. Maybe I'll post a picture of the fossils in the YouTube video or something like that. And then you try to think of like these ancient brachiopods or whatever. Would they have ever had any idea that they would be the floor of a mall, a shopping mall, a huge one? For decades, these tiles have been here for decades, with thousands of people walking over them. But then I'm just imagining this world. I mean, maybe this was. I'm not a paleontologist or anything. But these might be Precambrian fossils. Or Cambrian or whatever. Anyhow, these creatures probably lived in a world where eyes had not evolved yet. like nothing had eyes. And so I just try to see if I can, imagine my experience in a world that's not seen. And so I guess what I'm imagining is I'm just imagining darkness and muddiness, like squirming around in a shallow seafloor. But then again, if there's no sight, it's not like darkness would be an experience. Like you wouldn't experience darkness in the absence of even any concept of the sensation of vision. And then so my question is like, what other types of sensation are we not even aware of? What other potential types of sensation are we like missing out on, in the sense that these Cambrian creatures or whatever missing out on vision? And then I'm also like, part of me wants to feel bad for all these creatures that are fossilized because they're dead, and their whole world is basically gone. But then again, they're not around to suffer. They're not around to miss their lives or their world. So it's like, could the fossilized remains of this mall someday be sliced up to provide a beautiful, decorative finish on some future civilization, some future species environs? It's also kind of wild to think about how I and evidently somebody else can derive such aesthetic pleasure from the fossilized remains of all these creatures, when I assume that the creatures themselves, well, I don't know, like, did the creatures themselves enjoy each other aesthetically? Did one of the brachiopods see another brachiopod and appreciate its shape? I mean, I don't know. Did brachiopods breed by just, you emit a bunch of sperm, you emit a bunch of eggs, like, in the water, and it just gets carried about by the current? Because if it's that case, you would kind of not have any kind of perception of sexual selection, right? It wouldn't matter if you thought this other clam is hot or not. You just spray your sperm out into the ocean and hope for the best. Anyhow, once again, was walking past the escalators, and the sound of the escalator did something to me. And as I walk past this same spot, maybe it's been like 10 times that I've walked in this circle or something like that. Just with each pass feeling deeper and deeper immersed. Yeah, but not having anything particularly jumping out as inspired to say. But just saying things, and I'm still wondering if it's lax. I mean, I feel, like I said before, relaxed. I feel, relaxed, even though I know that it's like the entire human civilization seems perilously close to some precipice. Which would suggest that, in some sense, it would behoove us all to ask the big questions. But I'm not asking the big questions so far. I'm just chilling, kind of. But we're only like roughly 1 hour in.
I gave you a heads up. You said you were interested. The next one
So there's plenty of time left to like really get into something, and who knows, maybe we have been getting into something without being totally aware of it. We got to be patient, I think. Maybe we shouldn't be patient. Maybe we should really force the issue. Maybe we should really somehow try harder to figure out what it is we're doing here. That is, how I'm spending this time and how you're spending your time. Maybe we should figure it out. But then we've had, 100 and something episodes already to figure it out. So maybe I'll try to be slightly less lax, and I'm gonna attempt that partly by picking up my walking pace, because maybe if I pick up my walking pace, this will translate to a physiological change of state that will innervate my speaking. We'll just do a little change here. Walk faster, talk faster, move it along, see where we get. I keep thinking that I should either be trying harder or not trying as hard, or trying less, that if I could either try harder and exercise effort to figure out what's cool, what's going on, what's interesting, what are we doing here, what is this, what's the point? What would be the exciting thing to think about and talk about? What would be aesthetically and intellectually stimulating and fun and engaging to talk about? or conversely, is effortful direction towards that the problem itself, and I need to be even less effortful, and it will just come. It's maybe interesting to note here that the tone that I'm speaking in now is more indicative of a searching direction for something, or at least perhaps has a slightly more urgent sounding tone to it, of trying to find something out, or conversely not trying to figure something out, and having, but either way it's implying another possible state of being that would be more desirable than this one, which is, now that I'm hearing myself describe it, kind of almost seems like the kind of fundamental basis of all experience. This feeling that well, it could something could be a little better somehow, which is almost just like pretty inextricably tied in with this sense of time that we have, that now is time's moving, or we're moving through it or something. We can't stop. Things have to keep changing. We're gonna move on to the next thing. It is always time to do the next thing. I'm not saying this with any kind of judgment. It is just time to do the next thing in the next moment of time. But then, now that I sort of reflect on this, that
So, planning a trip to Italy, I see.
this need for something to happen. I don't know. It's just, that's always how it is. Whether it's a need for something supposedly external to us to change, or something internal to us to change, like if we're like, well, I should be more content or something. This idea of being more content is also a type of discontent, if you will. I don't know. See, just as an example, I already feel bored of talking about this. I feel bored of it because it seems so familiar to me. Kind of going on and on about discontentment, etc. But I think about this, and I think about your experience as well. Let's see. I've gotten like kind of well over an hour in, and I'm kind of like, I've made it this far without without feeling any kind of like worry about your experience of whether this is quality enough content for your experience. But maybe just now I did start to like have some slight concern that it could be boring, or that you could have this uneasy sense that you might not be spending your time in the way that's the most satisfying or fulfilling, or that is kind of furthering your goals in life. And this does lead me to want to try to kind of rationalize to some extent why this might be still potentially worthwhile as an expenditure
Yeah, she did share.
of my time and your time. And on one hand, I want to say that quite honestly, I don't know. There's a very real possibility that this could be a total waste of my time and your time. But then, on the other hand, that reality brings forth this other possibility that there may be something valuable about the act of spending time in a way that is of very uncertain value. That is, if I am perhaps at times struggling with the feeling or the idea of boredom, whether it's a feeling or an idea, something maybe I could talk about. That there is perhaps a possibility that this time spent with that type of uncertainty can open up possibilities for things to happen or experiences to be had that are not predictable, not known in advance. And I suppose that in some sense is maybe why I'm doing this. That I knew that, I had the idea of coming to a mall and walking around it and talking for 4 hours. Without knowing what I would talk about or what exactly that experience would be like. And maybe it's the fact that increasingly I still don't know what this experience is like. But I could say, in some sense, that I'm at least beginning to detect at least just the faintest traces of something like a struggle or or emotional arc, or almost, if you will, a conflict arising within the framework laid out. Which would begin to also create a type of direction, if you will. And maybe a departure from the previous laxness, if we may describe it as such. The previous total relaxation. Like that was the beginning, and then now maybe we're just starting to get this inkling of problem or conflict starting to arise, or just a sense like maybe everything is not exactly all right, even though this is also just a recording. We are just walking and talking, and ultimately it's very okay. This is a very safe experience for you and for me, because at any time you can stop listening and I can stop talking. It's entirely voluntary for both of us. Like, we realize it's constructed. It's not reality, but actually, I don't know. Maybe it is reality. I mean, honestly, this is reality for me. In some sense, more real than the outside world. I take it all back. I don't take it all back. But I mean, it's odd. Like, it's real in the sense that I am really just here walking and talking, and these are quote unquote real thoughts that I am narrating. However, my experience, or the problem that might arise in my experience in doing this, can in some sense I could always just stop, and the problem would dissipate, as in, like, the problem is always what to say next, or the problem is what is the point of all this. And so I can always kind of apparently get away from it by stopping, because there's nothing really compelling me to do this. However, I would say that the sense of the problematic, or the problematic nature of my experience, I think would not just disappear. I think it would just kind of dissipate and take a different form. In the current sense, the problematic nature of my experience is being formed into this framework of walking and talking. And within this framework, the unknowing of what to do. But I have some sense that actually it's not, I was going to say that I have some sense that if I simply endure this for the stated duration, if I last for the full 4 hours, then I'll feel some sense of accomplishment, and I'll feel some sense of connectedness with the world, I think, when I publish this and I have some knowledge that you're hearing it. But from my present perspective, that's not actually guaranteed. Like, I could ostensibly do this entire 4 hours of walking and talking and still not have any sense of clarity of why I did it, or what the point of it is, or that I got something out of it. It's not guaranteed from this vantage point. So the uncertainty is real to some extent. Existing in this uncertainty. But another interesting aspect of this is that as I talk to you, and I'm necessarily communicating to you. Like when I say this, when I say these words, there's no question of whether you hear them or not. Or let me put it this way. It's as if either you're hearing these words or they don't exist, but then the not existing part doesn't even need to be stated as a hypothetical, because it doesn't exist. Like that absence, let me try and put it this way. The state of the world in which I didn't publish this video is necessarily non-existent by virtue of what I'm saying here, by virtue of you hearing them. Like from your point of view, it's known that I completed this episode and I published it. It's known that from your point of view, you, the person hearing these words, you know that I ultimately judged this recording as worthwhile enough to publish it and share it with you. from my point of view, I don't necessarily know that. But as far as the words that I'm saying are concerned, since I'm talking to you with this knowledge that you know that I did publish this, it's almost as if I have your knowledge accompanying my unknowing. It's like I have your certainty in this aspect along with me here with my uncertainty. It's as if you are this spectral presence here reassuring me that that ultimately I will decide that this makes sense. You know what I mean? It doesn't quite seem to make sense. When I think of you listening to this, and your orientation towards this, like, I almost feel in some sense inspired that that you're still listening to this, that because the quote-unquote reason that you would listen to this seems so kind of like marginal and obscure with just as far as things like reasons go, or reason in general, like just in my assessment of what this is and the purpose for it, like in one manner of speaking, this is like just really bad on so many different metrics of value, on almost all of the metrics of value that I can really think of. And because of that, the only kind of like way I can comprehend this is that its badness being somehow unique, but or just it being let's see, like a kind of mode of spending time that if you wanted to be so bold, is like free from the feeling of doing something for a reason. Because well, one, I'm not exactly imagining this listening experience being exactly like pleasurable in almost any kind of sense, other than potentially the sense which I had mentioned earlier of it may be just somehow comforting to hear a voice talking for a while, but then the duration of it, I would imagine, would test this type of comfort. I don't imagine it being exactly comfortable to listen to the whole 4 hours of this, but maybe. So there's the potential parasocial bond happening. But in my, at least in my assessment, like I wouldn't think of this as being a particularly comfortable parasocial bond. It's not like I'm giving you much of a emotional narrative to identify with. I don't think I'm doing much to kind of reassure you about anything. Or reaffirm your worldview or your sense of yourself. However, it is possible that this could function as a type of companionship in something like patience. Or it's like an invitation to spend a chunk of time not knowing what you're doing with maybe just a very gentle distraction from yourself. You know what I mean? And I guess in my mind that's something I could appreciate. like something that is just the bare minimum to distract myself from myself, but not to be jerking me around. Like I don't want to be buttered up. I don't want to be buttered up by sensually lush aesthetic experience. Well, sometimes I do actually. Sometimes I do, but sometimes I want to be left alone from things, from mediated experiences shoving me around, pulling me in, sucking me in sensuously, or buttering me up in an intellectual sense. Tricking me into thinking that I'm understanding things. Tricking me into thinking that I already understand things. Tricking me into thinking that I was already correct about something. Or conversely, that I was incorrect about something, but I can now become correct about it. Like I can imagine you listening to this actually. But I can only imagine you listening to this in a way that I also would appreciate listening to something. Like to listen to something that's just barely something. And it's particularly nice, I think, to be in this mall, to be in a place that doesn't proclaim itself as being nature or natural, but it's also not excessively busy and distracting. And as I stay in this mall for like longer and longer, it's kind of nice. Well, I shouldn't say nice. I should say that its features become transparent, opening out onto more of a non-experience. And then sometimes I'm like, you get bored of just more experiences because you're like, dang, everything is just another experience. And you lose sometimes you lose the strong distinction between good and bad experiences. Because in my personal conception of things, I have this idea, I guess, that all the experiences even out qualitatively, as in, for instance, if you have a ton of fun one day, you will be that much more primed to have a shitty day the next day, or at some time in the future. And you could talk about this neurologically if you want, and say that your neurotransmitters are always upregulating and downregulating, just like in the sense of if you drank a bunch of coffee, you have to pay that back at some point, or you have to keep drinking coffee every day until to keep putting off the eventual payback where you experience the exact opposite experience of the caffeinated elation that you felt the first time you drank a coffee in a long time. And then conversely, if you have a long series of very depressing days, maybe it's the middle of winter and it's gray and cold, and you're like very anti-stimulated because you haven't seen any bright colors in a long time. You haven't seen green trees and flowers in a long time. You haven't felt warmth of the sun on your skin in a long time, etc. You haven't been outside without the physical stiffness that's induced by the freezing temperatures, etc., etc. You go through this winter, and then when the spring finally hits, it's that much more pleasurable and relieving and beautiful because you've gone through the winter. I mean, this is pretty obvious stuff, right? So I have this sense that I don't know if this is true, but sometimes I have this sense just from my own subjective experience that there's this topography that generally evens out. And I was mentioning this because I feel as if I'm experiencing the small environment as being conducive to a relatively even experience, although it's not entirely true because at the beginning, as you may recall, I was so elated by the sight and feel of everything here and the novelty. So maybe I should actually come back to this mall over and over again so that it's no longer novel to me. Feeling some hunger. I need to find some more floor candy.
Technically, it's allowed.
So like sometimes in my experience, is this gonna be a problem now that they just started the music? They just started the music. There wasn't any music before. Is this gonna be a copyright issue? I hope not. Hopefully you can't really hear it too much. Anyhow, I'm back where the milk duds are, the remaining milk duds. Anyhow, if you're anything like me, which I'm pretty sure you're at least somewhat like me, I'll sometimes I'm just looking for the thing that is just enough to distract me from myself without propagandizing me, without coddling me into certain comfortable intellectual frameworks or comfortable aesthetic experiences. Know what I'm saying? Because on the one hand, if I have nothing to structure my experience, and I'm just left alone purely with myself and no structure or modality through which to relate to a world broader than myself. I think I feel kind of some level of discomfort with that, which obviously isn't necessarily a bad thing, but even it's not like meditation or something. Like if you're meditating, even though often that they're telling you that you're just there with yourself experiencing objectively your interiority, well, there's some truth to that. Maybe there's. It's also true that when you're meditating, you are entering a framework that is not your own, and has that other people have practiced and do practice too, and you're in some sense relating to these other practitioners and to a history and tradition and ritual, and usually some set of teachings that says something about how one might relate to the world. Like even meditation is a form of relating to the world. Another milk dud. But sometimes, let's say, like, if I just have to drive somewhere, on one hand, I could raw dog it, like they say. But then the danger in that is not exactly a danger. It's just that I'll really be left with my own thoughts, which will keep playing themselves. And sometimes you want that, maybe, but sometimes you want some way of feeling like you're still connected to something else than yourself. It's like if our human mind is these days very structured linguistically. Sometimes it's nice to let that structure just interact with another brain simply by listening to somebody. But sometimes when I'm listening to somebody, I have this experience of the pie of reality just being sliced up in various ways, and then I feel indifferent about which way this pie gets sliced up. I mean, when I put it that way, it would beg the question of why then have any preference over whether to be with your own thoughts or to interact with another's thoughts. And possibly it's the case that I don't have much of a preference. Or like the idea of like having done so much meditation, like not seeing the important distinction between being isolated in one's own thoughts and in constant interaction with others' thoughts, because this distinction between oneself and other just becomes kind of unimportant, like not important to be having this some kind of experience of self-dissolution, not important whether you're feeling yourself as a self or not, not important whether you're encountering some other self or not. And maybe even sometimes it's like I have a hard time maintaining, at least conceptually, the distinction between or preference between like what type of person to be interacting with or not. I mean, that's actually not really true. Of course there's people that I'd prefer to interact with over others, or types of personalities that I'd rather interact with. But maybe there is also some idea in my mind that, at least in principle, every person's subjective worldview at least has some validity to it. It is at least a worldview. And that like you can't just throw any of them out. Or also, like, I don't know how much of this you're hearing. I don't know how much this, how directional this microphone is, and how much it's picking up the background music. But of course, my natural inclination, all things being equal, would be to be doing these walking and talkings without hearing music, because of, I think of music as, being hard to ignore, always, especially this type of music, as vying for your attention. And then but then this other idea of mine that I should exhibit a neutrality in this regard, that within the stated framework of walking and talking, the presence of this music should not be regarded as a problem. Or even by my own conception, even if my attention is affected by this music, it shouldn't in principle be a problem. Like, I shouldn't in principle be annoyed by it. And I'm kind of trying to assess myself right now to assess whether I am annoyed by it or not. And it almost seems like both are true. Like I am annoyed by it and I'm not. I don't know what to say. This and just now, this question of whether I'm annoyed by this music or not seemed to trigger something of this question of okay, who am I exactly? Am I the type of guy to be annoyed by this music, or am I not the type of guy? Am I the type of guy to not be annoyed by this music? And then it seemed as if whether I am actually annoyed by the music or not, whether I have the emotion of feeling annoyed by this music or not, seem to hinge upon which of these mental narratives of who I am that I opt towards. And then when I had that experience, then it reminded me, in some sense, of just what subjectivity is in a way that was slightly jarring. As in, I had this experience of the emotion being, in some sense, optional and contingent on a mental narrative that involved my identity. You know what I mean? Who am I? Do I hate this music? Do I like this music? Am I indifferent towards this music? It's this mental narrative that determines whether I feel annoyed or not. But the point is that I experienced that optionality, that openness, which then seemed to shake open my knowledge of who I am as a person. Let's say I have a conception of who I am, and then I notice that conception of who I am is actually separate from my fundamental experience, just the fundamental experience of that I experience something. You know what I mean? That I am here experiencing is something that feels a little bit wider or something than my conception of who I am. And then at the same time, that kind of jarred loose how I kind of considered what other people are. I'm here in this huge mall, and there's a decent number of people walking around, and well, I'll just say that when I was kind of reminded of myself not as like a concept of a self or narrative of a person with particular characteristics, but rather as this like experiential potentiality or something. And then I was like, that's what a self is, and that's what all these other people are. But then I was like, that's crazy, man. The sense that everybody, like, fundamentally is that. That nobody knows what's going on. That nobody has this shit figured out. Just like, what is going on? What is this? What is this reality? It's so insane. I mean, it's and it's also just the stupidest thing. As in, just like the fact that you're experiencing something, the fact that you're experiencing something at all. The fact that there is this apparently thing called experience is insane. And it's always like this, all the time. It's never not like this. You're never not experiencing something. That's insane. There's never not experience. And then even if you just like limit this to people alone, and there's like billions of people around, and they're all having fundamentally just the experience of experiencing the world and reality. And nobody knows what's going on, where this comes from. I don't know about you, but I'm like kind of shifting in and out of being perhaps inside this song that they're playing and outside of the song that they're playing, or as in I can I can allow this song to be the soundtrack of this experience, or to be just something that's more inside of the experience. Or I can kind of allow myself to inhabit this the emotional terrain of this song, or I can resist myself inhabiting the emotional terrain of this song, and I feel satisfied with either option. But the optionality of that is what's interesting to me. I think about that a lot. Maybe that's kind of how I'm primarily relating to music. I'm listening to it, where I can I'm asking myself do I enjoy inhabiting this emotional terrain, or would I rather not? And also, how easy or difficult is it for me to inhabit the emotional terrain? That is, how much effort do I have to expend to inhabit the emotional terrain, or do I have to expend effort not to inhabit the emotional terrain? And so, when I was talking earlier about various mediated experiences, maybe I'm referring to, at times, I seem to desire some kind of mediated experience that does not require my effort to remove myself from inhabiting its emotional topography. Or you could say that I sometimes desire mediated experiences that require some effort on my part in order to inhabit their emotional topography. Whether that topography is highly variegated or relatively flat. And then when I am relating to the sorts of music that they're playing over the mall speakers, I'm primarily tempted to identify as the type of person who dislikes this music. And then when I ask myself to explain why to myself, then I would say that because the music is too seductive of an emotional terrain, and I have to expend effort to not be carried away by it, or not to, I have to expend effort to not be riding its roller coaster. And then so I say that to myself, and then I ask myself, is there something inherently bad about inhabiting these songs? And then when I don't resist inhabiting the songs, I feel kind of free to go in and inside and outside of them, like the door is wide open. It's maybe not dissimilar to the mall itself. For instance, I imagine myself to have a tendency to identify as a person resistant towards consumerism, And so naturally the mall environment would seem objectionable, but then when I'm here and I just allow myself to inhabit this space for a long time, well, I mean this particular space, it's really non-threatening, because you see it in its senescence. This mall is non-threatening. It's clearly beyond its heyday of hegemonic power. It's to be sympathized with and appreciated. It's to be listened to. It's to be perhaps even nostalgically looked back on as a relatively less vicious form, a relatively less vicious manifestation of capitalism than is dominant today. So, I mean, I think that's why we're nostalgic for shit like Blockbuster. Even though, a person like you or I, 20 years ago, would have been highly critical of hanging out at the mall and Blockbuster or whatever. And now we pine back for these days when, at least in exchange for being a consumer, you were afforded the possibility of sitting on a bench or using the bathroom for free. Or a place you could walk around, a place with space. And so that's gone now and kind of replaced with a world that you have to fight with all your strength to not be buying something at every second. Where there's no aspect of life that's not commodified. I mean, I'm speaking from the cynical side of things at the moment. On the more optimistic side, there's actually nothing stopping you from stepping outside of this shit. I guarantee that if you turn your back on the almighty dollar and turn it towards something that actually matters for you, you won't have a problem. I mean, you may have a problem, but it's just not as scary as you think it is. You won't be as insecure as you might imagine. I'm saying just give your focus to the thing that matters, that's the most true to you. And if you do that, you'll be taken care of. I'm just saying, don't be afraid to turn your back on all the shit that the world wants to shove in your face as being vitally important for your status and so on and so forth. You should go ahead and just step right outside of the structures that you have this little inkling that they're bullshit, you know? I mean these conceptual structures. You have this feeling, you have this little feeling inside that this thing that you feel like you have to participate in is bullshit. But you feel like you have to participate in it, and I'm telling you, you don't. And also, that by participating in this thing, it's never gonna give you the payoff that always seems like it's just around the corner. The relief, like it always seems like the actual security or resting spot of the finish line is like just around the corner. If you just keep going a little more, you'll get there. But it never arrives. So instead, I say delve into this uncertainty, this more open, it's like the song, you know? The door is open. You can step outside of the song that like is always kind of promising emotional payoff at the next chorus, or like when he sings the high note, when he goes in the falsetto and sings the high note, and you're gonna get that fucking payoff. And then it comes and then it goes. Just try stepping outside of the song. Just try, how does it feel to resist being inside the song? Or like, you can do it right now, walking and talking. Let me ask you, like, is this requiring, at this point, is this requiring effort on your behalf to inhabit this, whatever this space is of walking and talking, whatever this experience is, whatever kind of framework this is building around you? Is it something that's easy to inhabit or difficult to inhabit? That's what I want to know. For me, it's becoming easier to inhabit, I think. or as I feel a little bit more resolutely inside it now than I did earlier. And I feel some sense of pleasure at noticing certain metaphorical uses of language that I'm not aware of myself having thought before. So I feel some sense of discovery of some avenue of thought. But also just so thrilled to be having this experience. Like, I'm sitting inside of a fucking mall and talking to you for a long ass time. There's kind of nothing I'd rather be doing at this moment. And have, like, stepping inside and outside of the various songs they play. And then I'm like, in the mall, then I'm asking myself, like, am I inside or outside of this experience? And then when I reflect on that question, am I inside or outside of this experience? There's it prevents many possible directions to go in. It brings up a lot of questions. Like, first of all, what does the I refer to in this instance? Is it physical and local in nature in relation to physical space? I mean, it's not simply a question of whether I as a body am inside this building or not, because I clearly am, but and the building may in some sense be serving as a physical metaphor for the more abstract concept of experience. What is this experience? Is it something that's separate from the I who's experiencing it? And then considering the abstractness of the concepts of I and experience, it's kind of amusing for me to then apply the terms inside or outside, which are these relativistic words dealing with physical space. Just like all the senses in which that question, like, can make sense or cannot make sense, presents itself as fairly rich terrain. that I could explore for a long time, or potentially be content not to explore. But also I'm realizing this other type of thought structure that now has become built upon this prior question that I was describing, that presents its own set of interesting aspects, namely the question of whether it's necessary or not to dissect and clarify the definitions of each word used in the prior sentence. Whether it's necessary, and apparently if it's not necessary, is it desirable, or is it just as rewarding to kind of continue to analyze the sort of meta thought process of whether or not this prior thought process needs to be itself further analyzed. Because what I realize is that a significant portion of time is being filled with language, even without a full analysis happening of each thought, even with the recognition of the non-fully defined or ill-defined concepts that are parts of this concept that I brought forward. So that is, like a question was brought forth that has many constituent concepts that could be each individually delved into, and then I would expect that each of those concepts would themselves then be constituted by other concepts that would beg to be analyzed and defined themselves, and you could potentially go forever in this direction and not reach the solid ground. But instead of doing that, what I think I'm doing is going in the opposite direction, that is kind of conceptually zooming out from a concept and referring to it through more and more layers above it. And it seems like I could keep going in this direction if it indeed can be thought of as a direction indefinitely. And I would say now that, like, reflecting on this whole process, or this, let's say, cluster of thoughts, or almost like it's some kind of superstructure of thoughts if you are considering it as being a group of thoughts that themselves are constituted by other thoughts at lower and lower levels. And so, like, when I say like this sort of cluster of thoughts, then it's kind of in an ill-defined way referring to some group of thoughts that I am roughly holding in my mind at the moment, as being related to each other enough to be thought of as one single phenomenon, or like one single, having enough connectedness to be identified as a thing, or a group, if you will, or a set. But what I was getting at is that it's interesting now for me to reflect on this group of thoughts, or this train of thoughts, if you will, or this trajectory through various concepts, or trajectory through various groupings of thoughts, various organizational structures of thoughts that contain each other, that just to see how much thought it is interesting to me. That it seems like substantial in its amount, in its quantity. It seems like a substantial amount of thought, or that it's a substantial construction of thoughts that are interdependent on each other, yet I don't see the ground of that. They haven't been grounded per se. Like, if you were to ask yourself what it is that I'm talking about, and so I'm asking myself what it is that I'm talking about right now, and I can refer to this interlinking relational network of thoughts that I have gone through here in the past several moments, or one moment, depending on how you want to think about it, or long moment, or chunk of time, or whatever, and that they seem definitely to exist, at least insofar as they are entities relative to each other. That these thoughts seem to exist relative to each other. But then it doesn't seem like they have a substance more than their relation to each other. As in, like, yeah, if you were to kind of like take what it is that I'm referring to and try to follow it through to like some kind of base component, or some kind of fundamental object of thought that all these meta levels are built upon, I don't think I certainly can't find it, and I don't think you can find it. But however, here I am, able to continue talking about all of this, and you here able to continue listening and ostensibly seeming to understand, right? Like, you understand what it is I'm saying. Like, all these words have this intertextual meaning to them, but no ultimate meaning. That's what I find like just really interesting and thrilling, at least as far as my experience is concerned. That in one sense, it seems like the most normal thing whatever is going on, just talking in a normal way. And then in the other sense, it's like, what the fuck is this? Like what is there any kind of sense being made? Maybe there is. Maybe there is. It seems like sense is being made, but about nothing. And I just love that. I just think that's really neat. Also, the other thing I should say is that I'm actually sitting for a bit. I'm sitting on a bench because my knees get tired, and now I'm watching other people pass by me doing laps. Other people are doing basically the same thing that I am doing. Just they're just probably not recording a podcast. But they're probably thinking things. I just love this, man. People are here either just to walk or to like just shop at the like few remaining businesses. And people just seem so happy. On a Monday afternoon. And it's like, they don't know what the hell they're doing. They don't know why the fuck they're here. Just like me. Just like you. You don't know why the fuck you're listening to this. And it's fucking great. I feel merged with the experience is what I should say. I feel merged with this experience. I feel undifferentiated from this experience. It's not outside or inside anymore. It's identical with. What about you? Do you feel merged with this experience? I feel also, well, at this moment, I feel the self-consciousness of my voice. Not in necessarily a negative way, but a mildly vulnerable way. That is, to be hearing the sound of my own voice and to recognize it. And trying to pick apart the experience of hearing my own voice and the experience of being a subjective agent who is the speaker of this voice, the owner of this voice who uses it to express thoughts that are associated with myself. And recognizing an identity that has some handle on this language or not, some degree of fluidity with this language or not. And the question of whether this use of language is good or bad. But this kind of questioning is maybe reducing my sense of inhabiting this experience, or of being merged with this experience. Or is it not? How can you ever not be merged with your experience? Is that even possible? And as I'm noticing myself becoming aware of one category of judgment of my speaking and my thought, which has to do with a degree of focus and continuity. So it's like I'm questioning whether I'm focused enough or not. And somewhat automatically, I'm judging negatively what I perceive to be a lack of focus. As in, let's say there's something that I perceive as being coherent enough to be identified as a thought or as a particular train of thought with some kind of internal consistency or just internal relatedness, and then perceiving a gap before a subsequent thought, and so there's this a differentiation between two thoughts, and seeming to judge that negatively as an absence of continuity, a lack of continuity and focus. But also I think that in itself that is differentiation between thoughts is not necessarily an absence of focus. I think it is more when a thought comes out wimpy, when I have a wimpy type of thought, which is like a wimpy type of thought is one that feels kind of like a surface level and how should I say it? Like irrelevant, or it's erecting. Let's say it's indulging in a type of conceptual structure that is not aware of itself, but is kind of an unconscious vestige of something more common, or something types of conceptual structures that are ubiquitous in society. And not that it's not the case that it's not really the case that all the stuff that I'm judging as good or compelling in here is not an already extant structure of thought, or at least it is. I'm using language in the normal way, obviously. There's a guy with a camera. They're making a film. I like shooting a video. I like making a movie over here. They're like me, just on a higher production level. Also, somebody's apparently smoking weed in here. That's cool. You can do anything in here. A wimpy type of thought. Sometimes I'm having those because they what is it? Is it that they're somehow less honest? Or is it just that they subjectively feel less honest because I will recognize them as originating somewhere outside of myself, whereas the thoughts that feel robust, I seem to have some greater degree of unfamiliarity to them. Or novel arrangement. But even this type of thought now, which I was saying as myself, I'm saying these things like as representative of my own subjectivity that comes from here and now in this moment, and then like just now, as I just realized that, like, oh, this is exactly the type of thing that I talk about all the time. This is exactly the type of thing that I think about all the time, actually. It's like this isn't actually new at all. And then I become a suspect of identifying that as myself. Or I become a suspect of my own subjectivity. And it's still the case that at the moment of saying the thing, I am apparently identified with the thing that I'm saying as being representative of myself, of my subjectivity. And then, well, I suppose it's fairly natural that almost immediately afterwards I'm disidentified with that because, maybe just necessarily, definitionally, that I must become then re-identified with whatever shape of experience is occurring in the present, which is, constantly moving, constantly shifting. But then when I try to grasp that moment of the present, I can't actually grab it. I can't actually identify it. I can't quite clamp down on when is actually the exact now where my real subjectivity is speaking from. Where's the real me? Where's the real me that is the author of all these things? Or maybe more importantly, when is the real me? When is the actual subjectivity who is supposedly authoring all these thoughts? If as soon as I can even recognize the thought that's being said, I'm immediately disidentified with it because it's in the past, and it's become in the realm of the known rather than an aspect of the supposed knower. What's this place? There's some action, there's some splatter paintings inside this blacked out. A blacked out storefront with action paintings and fitness equipment in it. A blacked out storefront that's made to look like the porch of an old house. And then when I have this experience of losing continuity, well, let's say that that sometimes I am stepping inside and outside of the aspect of this experience that is really connected with you. That is, I'm inside and outside of my connection with you. So it's like actually just like then when my attention drifts away from the strictly verbal and towards looking at something in my environment, and then sometimes thinking thoughts that are separate than the ones that I'm speaking. But it's actually, when I look back, it's actually difficult for me to remember the thoughts that may or may not have occurred outside of the process of speaking to you, because even now, as I am speaking, I'm realizing that the construction of this sentence that I'm speaking to you now is in fact at least referring to all these potential other thoughts that may or may not have been occurring outside of experience. So in some sense it is at least attempting a gathering up of really all parts of my experience that come to the surface of my awareness and representing them to you. Or I at least would like to be attempting to merge my experience with yours as much as possible through this medium of purely audio and of purely speaking, and which essentially means just focusing as much as I can on the act of speaking. And this is kind of interesting because I'm like, well, in theory, would it make sense then for me to do this inside of like a sensory deprivation chamber or something like that, where I essentially wouldn't be seeing or hearing or feeling anything? Maybe I should do that. I never thought of that before. But then in that same vein, I kind of feel as if, like, to the extent that I can be successful in focusing on speaking, it in some sense does in some sense like limit the scope of my experience in a positive way, as in like even to the extent that the other sensory input affects my experience. The fact that I'm at least attempting to represent my experience in a full way, and I realize, of course, like it's not as if there's an objective experience that's being represented to you. It's not as if there's an objective experience a priori to me representing it to you, but in fact the act of me speaking is an interpretation of my experience that's in some part creating that experience verbally, because it's in various ways conceptually stratifying and categorizing various aspects of my experience and relating them to each other in various ways, and so on and so forth. Interesting to note, just want to note that I've been on the same floor of this mall now for over 3 hours, and nobody has messed with me at all. There hasn't been any security guard asking me what I'm doing here or anything like that. I'm really just left to do what I want. I mean, I feel as if I can exist here even with less suspicion than in a public park or something like that. And it would appear to be the same case with all the other people that I'm observing here. Some of them also seem to be have been here for a while, but I'm not recognizing anybody else who seems to have been here for as long as I have. That is, I think I am outlasting the other people. There's been kind of people have come and gone, even though some were here for quite a long time. The elderly guy sitting in the chair was there for quite a long time, but he's gone now.
We are both very
Now, I'm not sure if it has something to do with the quote-unquote banality or whatever of my environment, but a kind of judgment of this that I had just now is that it could, in some sense, like feel more emotionally open or something like that. But then I was like imagining some other version of this where things that I was saying would seem kind of more emotionally weighty and can intellectually and philosophically profound, rather than being how I'm judging them relative to that to be a little bit rambling. And so, however, but then this other aspect of me is like, you shouldn't ever, you shouldn't throw out any particular experience as being worthless. That even in the apparent banality, or to what extent there's apparent like mediocrity in, like, let's say, the level of focus that I might have here, just to be patient and see what happens and see if it ends up being something. I mean, because then there's also like, I mean, the notion of it being something. What does that mean? What are the qualifications for it to be something rather than nothing? And then if I then even think about, like, okay, what are the things that I think are something? You can't really grasp on to those too much, or you destroy them, you know. Like if I have, like, that's mostly an artifact of memory. Like I'll have a memory or vague set of references in my mind for profundity. And the more that I'm reaching for the recreation of that, then the more I may be missing that potential in whatever circumstance that I'm in at the moment. But then even this thought process that I'm describing right now could be said to be doing the thing that it is decrying, because I am ostensibly still looking for profundity in the present moment, meaning that I'm in some sense still searching for a quality of experience that I've judged to be absent, which could be said to be a form of rejecting the present experience, and therefore cutting off the very possibility of profundity. But then here I am, still proliferating this dichotomy, still continuing to push this dichotomy down the road. Even so, now trying to like accept, just to accept. Okay, there's this dichotomy like existing or persisting of whether this is profound or not, and then now this category of profundity or not seeming increasingly arbitrary as a quality that this experience must have, you know? Because if not profundity, why not something else like sheer pleasure? Or intense disgust or whatever, you know? And then why not boredom, of course? I guess it's like the structure of this, the self-imposed imperative to keep talking and on the record for 4 hours is in some sense an imperative to acknowledge something that might transcend all of these characteristics and all of these states and all these qualities. I guess in some sense, if anything is the point of this, then it's that. Like what it, to hopefully make evident something that is consistent across all the changing states of experience. Something that is consistent across the change, that is made a little bit more visible. I mean, well, in one sense, like we're creating it, right? We're creating this fact that I'm talking continuously and recording it for this segment of time, and that I'm publishing it. So it's like, in some sense, that is making one thing that you can listen to, that is in some sense uniting all these other aspects of experience that would otherwise potentially be more disparate, or that would be not obviously unified or not obviously related to each other so much. And hoping to, like, by virtue of creating this one thing that ties together all these moments in time, or these various emotional topographies and conceptual constructions and trains of thought and etc., to, I don't know, kind of just to create this other perspective, or to gain this other perspective, hopefully. Not necessarily to draw any conclusion from it, or to get to any particular answer. So I'm watching these people shooting what appears to be a movie here, a low budget movie. I'm tempted to photobomb, you know, like jump in the background. But I'm gonna resist that impulse. Like it's just it's not every day that you get to experience a duration of time with this much clarity, as in being forced to record all these words for this duration of time. I think it offers me a different experience of time than I would otherwise get. Because otherwise I can kind of divide up my time I don't know, maybe it's kind of the same as going to work and doing the same thing at work for a while. But it's not exactly doing work, but like holding myself accountable to my thoughts for this period, like putting my thoughts in public for a duration of time is like I have to be responsible to them for this duration of time. Like if I'm going to be lax with my thoughts, then that's going to be known by you, but also to in some sense put a certain type of restriction on my thoughts also, because it's not freedom. This is not just free thinking, because I'm putting the sort of pressure on my thought to make them the thoughts that you can possibly relate to. That is, I'm hoping to limit my thoughts to the aspects of my experience that you might experience also. What am I saying? Maybe it's not that big of a difference, actually. Maybe this wouldn't be it. Maybe this isn't that different from just telling a story. You know, I could be telling a story that's true or false, potentially, and still be having the same effect of merging our experiences across time. I mean, to the extent that you are able to kind of like relate to the story and project your own experiences onto it. like the song, you know? Like ostensibly the lyrics of the song are like a story about the experience of the author of the song. But you're supposed to be able to relate to it, you know? It's supposed to be a type of story that you can, I don't know. I'm saying obvious and stupid things at this point. And I'm, once again, inside and outside of the experience. Outside of the experience when I feel the same sort of discomfort of the sort of discomfort of I'm just having an ordinary non-relatable experience. Here's what actually makes me uncomfortable is having experiences or aspects of experiences that I feel like I might never be able to relate to other people, and it could just be like the experience of like looking at a particular stranger or something and seeing the look on their face and being like I'll never be able to describe adequately to somebody else like the look on that guy's face, but also that I wouldn't necessarily have any reason to, because it's just a banal and fleeting thing that is not contributing or tying into any overall goals or narratives for time, and so therefore it's like the impetus to direct my time I don't know. I feel like I'm losing some train. I'm losing some thread here. I feel as if now I'm grasping for some kind of coherence that maybe at times evading me, but then I had this experience of confusion, and then that can have a type of allure to it also, to allow myself to delve into this confusion, and to some extent maybe that's what I am doing by describing it, is at least just acknowledging that as an aspect of my experience that is, it's admissible to this, the experience of confusion, and to the extent that I can then describe that and acknowledge it and admit it into this framework of what I'm doing, maybe includes it into something that can be thought of as continuous, or as having continuity, or at least some potential coherence. Or maybe it's I'm actually starting to feel the effects of various types of fatigue, of maybe the physical fatigue of doing this for so long, of getting hungry, of the fatigue of the particular sensory environment that I'm in, having been in it for a long time now, starting to desire change in that, to maybe the fatigue of hearing the same familiar songs that I've heard over and over again in various public environments, wanting to escape that, as opposed to earlier when I was expressing my ability to feel the optionality of stepping inside and outside of the song, and to leave open the interpretation of who I am, to feel the openness of identification of a type of person who is annoyed by this music or not annoyed by this music. But maybe with certain types of fatigue setting in, then greater effort might be needed to avoid the feeling of annoyance, and that is associated with the mental narrative of who I am as a person who tends to be annoyed by this music. But then all of this analyzing is like, at least for the time being, working as an antidote to it, you know? It is working to, at least for the time being, for me to find a meaningful way to inhabit this experience. And that's pretty neat, I would say. That's pretty cool, I would say. Like, can you think of a type of experience that you would ordinarily imagine yourself as not enjoying, and finding a way to enjoy it? Or find it, get some kind of meaning out of it. Oh, I get it. I guess this movie that they're shooting is must take place in the 90s, because the two actors that are being filmed are dressed in really 90s, early 90s, late 80s fashion, and then hence why they would be shooting in this mall too. It all makes sense to me now. Is this nostalgia? Is this a nostalgic experience? But it's still new to me. It's new to me to sit in a commercial / public space like this without being excessively pressured to keep buying stuff, to be left alone. Except by the music. The music is not really leaving me alone. It's a type of pressure. The music is a type of pressure. A pressure to love it or leave it, you know? It's there to heighten your sense of expectation of emotional payoff in the coming moments. Which I'm sure we could somehow tie into the desire to buy stuff somehow. It's probably in there. but that's boring. Who wants to talk about psychological control? It's interesting. I'm realizing that I'm actually getting towards the end of this 4 hours. We're not too far off from the end, and then I was like, okay, there's not that much time left. So you should make the most out of this. You should make this grand somehow. I was like, I said to myself, Ben, you should find what's profound about this, about what you're doing. You should figure it out, and so that the listener can have this payoff. I mean, like I was thinking this unconsciously. Like this was the unconscious imperative operating in my mind that you better make this pay off. And then when I think about that, I'm like, that's this has to do with the stories. This has to do with the type of stories in our culture. The movies that are popular you always like emotionally come at the end. And then you have those, then you watch some art house movie where it doesn't tidily resolve at the end, and you're like, whoa, that was jarring. It didn't resolve at the end. But then you're like, that's cool. It surprised me by not resolving at the end. It left things open a little bit. Maybe this opens up other possibilities for the shapes of emotional topographies that we can conceive of as acceptable, or at least acknowledgeable, or allowable in our lives. Maybe this opens up possibilities for the types of narratives around which we can conceive of our lives and life in general. What about non-emotional payoff? We won't be necessarily attached to never emotionally coming. We don't have to be necessarily vigilant. I mean, it's not a given thing, in my opinion, that we have to be vigilant against emotional payoff, against emotionally coming in our various narrativized experiences. However, If it's not happening, it's not happening, and don't be a baby. Don't be a baby about it. You can handle it. You're big. You're grown. Don't be a wimp. I mean, hey, I don't need to bust your balls that much. You've managed this far, which is actually quite impressive. Amazing. There's a guy walking 2 dogs in here. This is total anarchy in here. This mall is the temporary autonomous zone. This is utopia. We're here. You and I are here inhabiting utopia. It's right here. You can do anything. Don't be a negative Nancy. It's like, yeah, I know culture is abhorrent and everything, but then, nothing's making you watch it. Nothing's making you participate in it. Those are my favorite kind of dog too. I need to go find these filmmakers and ask them if it's 1991. Sorry, I have to apologize. I'm losing my concentration, obviously. On one hand, I look forward to it being over. It'll be nice to go eat some junk food or whatever. On the other hand, I don't want it to end. I don't want to go back to real life. I appreciate being here in this trans-temporal place. Inhabiting my present and your present, which is in the future, but my present is in your past. And you and I existing in this, like, just confusing, purposeless state of relating to each other. Part of me wants to just stay here with you. The other part of me is ready to get the hell out of here. There seems to have been some ebb and flow in terms of the population of this mall, and it's at a low point now. It started at a low point when I came in, and then seemed to get more populated for a while, and now it's much more empty again. I don't know what to attribute that to. But I definitely will have to look into renting a storefront here. And I don't know what I'll sell. Experiences, I guess. Therapy or something. I'll tell fortunes. Life coaching. I'll sell aesthetic experiences. I'll sell the aesthetic experience of coming into the store. You pay just to come into the store and be there with nothing in it. Well, anyhow, I was about to start talking about how the various thoughts that were coming across my mind as possibilities for things to start saying, each seemed kind of inadequate because I was afraid that each one that would come out would be a wimpy thought, or one that I would immediately feel disidentified with. And so after allowing several of these thoughts to kind of pass by, it's as if I settle on just a word to start saying, and then proceed to kind of verbally interpret a memory of an experience, which is what I am doing now and what I have been doing since the beginning of speaking that sentence, and which I'm not disappointed with at all, because I'm having the experience of articulating a thought without knowing the end of that thought, and that it is I'm finding here that it is like a multi-layered reference, so multi-leveled references to something that is pretty much vacuous at the start of it, and so still having this feeling of being a something and nothing at the same time, and like the sort of nothingness quality of what I'm speaking about at this moment permits it to kind of continue to proceed without like being identified and thrown out. You know, it allows it to just keep going without being singled out or to take on too much of a specific identity that would kind of like make it a type of concrete thing that could then be rejected, or let's say like to the extent that the thought becomes very discrete. It takes on an identity that is invulnerable to reinterpretation or irrelevance, or to rethinking. But when I am able to just proceed speaking in a way that's always just referring to the previous thought, or it's always just a continued kind of interpretation of some previous thought or previous interpretation of a thought, or is a type of reductive representation of some prior group of thoughts. Then I feel like I'm just like able to escape without too much residue, like able to get out of it without being stuck with like additional thoughts in my head, you know? Just to get out of it without leaving more clutter. To like let it arise and pass, let it come and go. Because even in its creation, it's never it's never claiming any substance in the first place. It's never claiming for itself importance or importance over other thoughts. You know, it's never erecting a hierarchy of thoughts. It's never erecting a value hierarchy of thoughts, even though there may be, you could say, like holarchies of thoughts or hierarchies of containment and representation of thoughts, whereas that is to say, like certain thoughts are representing other thoughts, or certain thoughts may contain other thoughts in this holarchical way, but there's never any value hierarchy implied in that. But then I am kind of implicitly describing a value around the absence of value hierarchy. One could say. So that's in some sense contradictory, which is not necessarily a problem, and it may in fact be, in my experience, contradiction seems to be an inherent aspect of any system that is completely elaborated, any complete system has contained some kind of internal contradiction that then makes it incomplete. Or kind of a more anecdotal, but perhaps clearer way to say is like, anytime that I think something through as clearly as it can be thought through, I usually arrive at some kind of internal contradiction or paradox. Well, guess what? I think we're very close to the end of this, about which I feel rather ambiguous, as I related earlier, that I'm not exactly thrilled for it to be over, but I'm not sad for it to be over either. I feel ambivalent about this being over. But yeah, I mean, in the interest of like just common politeness or something, I feel somewhat obligated to just express that, regardless of all the ambivalence, I'm still am impressed, I think, about your commitment, I guess, to listening. I mean, maybe you're, I don't know if it's commitment or lethargy, like you didn't feel like turning it off. Anyhow, maybe we'll encounter each other again, or maybe you'll encounter me again, I should say, because I'll definitely encounter you again in your abstracted kind of identityless state. Okay, anywho, bye.